Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, June the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. And a couple of yeses. Thank you, William. Yeses to let me know you can hear me, see my screens, and maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing. So I know you guys can also hear me and see my screen. So, well, I guess I'll talk about GME. So I don't know what to make of it. I mean, GME was not supposed to have earnings until next week, but they decided to early release. There's I don't know why they did that, and also spring of financing on the market. So consequently, this has really hurt the share price so far. And of course, Mr. Kitty is supposedly going to be on at noon. And I say supposedly, I don't mean it derogatorily, anybody who's listening to me out there. I'm just saying he's supposed to be on at noon on some kind of a live stream. So we'll have to see what he says. But until that happens, I mean, I'd be looking. I mean, if it holds 35, that's a pretty decent base. And if it gets through 40, that might get it running again. So have to see. But this was definitely a surprise, guys. I mean, the financing, but it was the earnings release. It wasn't supposed to be till next week. I know we have adjusted it now, but it was supposed to be June the 14th. I checked other sites, and they basically said the same thing. They decided to do an early release. And the numbers weren't great. So hardware and software sales reduced by half since the previous quarter. So, I mean, fundamentally, it's not a great company. I was laughing at you. Well, I was laughing at you, Casa. I was. Anyway, there are other things happening today, but I'm going to focus on the large caps. Okay. I'm going to focus on the large caps today again, both on the upside and the downside. Now, we had some job numbers or non-farm payroll or whatever the numbers that came out at 8:30 Eastern time. That caused a hit in the market. So there are other things happening. So let's take a look at Vero. Okay, Vero. Well, what I was saying yesterday is that obviously it wasn't moving because of earnings. Okay. And earnings weren't supposed to be till next week. I don't think anybody was buying GameStop because of earnings that were coming out next week. It was all about Roaring Kitty and all that. So now to spring on now, I never had I been a holder of GameStop Thursday, I probably would have got rid of everything. I would not have wanted to hang around till earnings that were supposed to be next week. Anyway, does it really matter? We'll have to see what happens. I'm actually thinking, who knows? Maybe this is going to be a great buying opportunity. It's already starting to bounce a bit. So, Vero. So regaining NASDAQ compliance. Okay, regaining NASDAQ compliance. So that is the reason for Vero being up and through the 200-day moving average. Breeze, BRZE. There are some earnings plays, guys. This is could be an interesting one. BRZE is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays to look at. Another one is GHM. Another one, not very much volume yet. The volume will pick up. This could get interesting. It's the flow. 10 million in the flow. So this could be a wild one today. This is an earnings play. GHM takes out 30. There's room. But again, there's no volume yet. IoT is an earnings play. IoT is an earnings play. And this one gapped down through the 200-day moving average. coming into what looks like it could be some support. Also, Breeze, BRZE, should mention this also. Where are you? BRZE also had some multiple upgrades too. $53 by Canaccord. JP Morgan, a $55 price target. The real is just talking about LFL. Oh, sorry. No, you weren't talking about this one. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about LFLY, but you're talking about Lyft. LFLY, guys, this is starting to move. Had a big day yesterday, but it did sell off at the end. Got up to almost $3, sold off to 2. That's a big percentage drop. So they offer an online program platform to buy and learn about cannabis products. How nice of them. This is LFLY. So I don't have too much else going on, guys. I am really going to concentrate on the large caps. You're going to see that when I show you the screen that I've going to be using, I'm just focusing on the large caps, up or down. Doesn't have to be your focus, of course. I will have still have the relative strength leaders from the close. I'll still have that up. So we will, and I'll still have the momentum scan on my other window, on my other monitor. So we'll still be able to see the ones that are going crazy, but I'd much rather take a look at those large cappers. SMTC. Let's take a look at. I don't see it anywhere. Not yet, anyway. Oh, here it is. Down 16%. Down 16% with a new CEO. Company announced. It's reaffirmed their guidance, so they're not saying it's going to be bad. Interesting. I don't know if this was supposed to happen. Well, with this news, I mean, the way this has affected the stock, it doesn't look like this was a I don't know, planned, or because if this were a planned departure with a new CEO coming in, you wouldn't think the stock would act like this. But anyway, it is what it is. SMTC moving down on that news, it looks like. Now, let's take a look at the market. So again, at 8:30, we had some numbers come out. What is it, the non-payroll, non-farm payroll? Let me take a look at what exactly it was. Yeah, non-farm payroll numbers came out, so that hit the market. So let us take a look at the major sectors right now. So I'm going to go to my sector status. All right. So what we're looking at here is, or all the major sectors. So there's XLE, the major ETF for energy. 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So energy is weak, but most things are going to look like this right now. And again, I always have to remind people, 81% are down from yesterday's close. It doesn't mean, this is the worst one, down 1.47%. It doesn't mean every stock is tanking. It just means that, compared to yesterday's close, 81% are down. That's all it means. But gives you a bit of a gauge of market sentiment for the different sectors ahead of the market open. To look at technology, 86% are down. Communications, 73%, etc. Now, out of interest, when I looked at Jamie this morning, wow, there are a lot of shares being snapped up at Interactive Brokers, guys. Yesterday, for the majority of the day, even right at the end of the day, there were about 2.4 million at Interactive Brokers. Okay, about time was that? Time was that post at 8:30? This is Eastern time, of course. At 8:30, so it's now 9:11. At 8:30, there were 1.5 million shares at Interactive Brokers. Now there are 843,000 shares. So a lot of short activity at Interactive Brokers anyway. So anyway, definitely want to watch some of the levels though for GME. See if it takes out the lower level or the higher level that I've got mapped. So I have an alert at the low of the pre-market. Then I've got an alert set at around $40. Now, who's they, Captain Para? They made GME post earnings early. Who's they? Morning, Daniel in our YouTube room. All right. I want to see if there's anything else that's kind of sneaking in here that I haven't talked about. You didn't mention the BMEA. I think the BMEA, it's a cheap one, right? Actually, it's not a cheap one. BMEA. Why? Why is this down? Okay. So they're slumping as the FDA puts diabetic drug trials on clinical hold. Not a good thing. Not a good thing. So that's the reason for BMEA. So William, do your analysis when you have time. Just kidding, you don't have to do it at all. But this is now. What more does BMEA have? Oh, you did. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. Maybe I'll just scroll up in the stocks only. Ah, thank you. Okay, thank you. So it looks like they're right where they're supposed to be. You're talking 370. They've got zero revenue, like most of these little bios. Bleed cash. So they've got three drugs in a pipeline. Okay. Thank you for that, William. Out of curiosity, what is AMC doing? Yeah, so probably just a sympathy play with GME right now, obviously. Well, Bushmaster, the results of earnings may not have been a surprise. What was a surprise was that they released today. They were supposed to, and I've checked other sites. They're talking about this was an early earnings release surprise because they were not scheduled to release until next week. We talked about that yesterday. SPY is having a nice recovery, guys. Times are right now 9:16, so 30 minutes. And now this is the 9:15 candle. So SPY is having a nice recovery, trying to wipe out that big red candle. All right, guys. So if you have our AI and you're new to this and you do have our AI, you're a premium subscriber. This is all I would do. Okay, I would have this window up and running all day long. I would not overcomplicate it by going to the channel. What I would do is click on File, or sorry, click on New from the toolbar, and then the middle one where we have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. This is what you're going to see. It's blank right now. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40. Okay, 10 minutes after the market opens. Okay. The other thing I would do is make sure this in this filter section it says none. This is a drop down. It'll hit the down arrow. A lot of you will have profitable trades checked. Okay. I mean, if you want to keep it there, that's fine. My opinion, though, you should see the trades at all times, whether they're profitable or not. Sometimes, you get an alert from the AI. It doesn't move in the direction immediately that you want it to. Maybe it sets up even at a lower price if you're going long at a better price. And maybe it hits a moving average you like. Maybe it hits the VWAP. Something else happens. So, my opinion, keep an eye on the trades all day long. Okay. The alerts all day long. And again, there's no video that's going to show you how to trade them, okay? It's like I just use it like a watch list. And if I see something I like, I'll trade it. If I don't trade it. It's that simple. So SMTC continues down, and the next maybe there is some support around 30.50 or so. So 70 cents away or so. Again, guys, I'd be keeping an eye on GME over 40. And on the downside, underneath 35. See what happens breaking out of this area one way or the other. Sorry, yeah, was on mute. All right, yeah, Docu, real mention Docu. I had it on the list. I don't know if I mentioned it, but yeah, Docu's on the list that I posted through the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play. All right, guys, I am going to get rid of this layout and get the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. And maybe again, my levels for GME would be 40 and 35. See what happens either way. Right now, we're stuck in between there. So this doesn't look like this looks like it was more of a shock to the market. Okay, this new CEO. So that was effective yesterday, effective June the 6th, succeeding. But again, I can't quite tell if this was planned or not. Doesn't look like it was. We're certainly not popular right now. 38 down to 30 for SMTC. Okay, I am now going to get the layout I'm going to use once this market opens, and I'll display that. Okay, so that's the real news of it, guys. And we knew the CEO coming in, but the old guy exiting over differences with the board. So obviously, this was not planned. This was not like a normal succession plan. So I think I was on mute when I was explaining this. So with the large cap gainers from the start of the race, the large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay, now this is not on my homepage yet. Okay, this one is, but the losers is not. If you want it, I can give it to you. But what I was saying is that when this starts to when the market opens, we may not get too many right at the very beginning. So it's going to look a little crazy. We might have some giant symbols to look at or nothing. Okay, just to let you know, because this is some fairly tough filters in place for the beginning of the market. You'll see what I mean once this market opens. but I still have this one. Okay. So this will be these will be the crazy ones. Okay. The ones that go up, hundreds of percents. And then I'll still have my momentum scan over here. So that'll keep us busy. But I am going to try to concentrate a little bit more on the larger caps. And what I found yesterday is that, especially in the afternoon, once things settle down a little bit more, the market, it was so choppy in the morning. So it was difficult for me to find things that were, trading in a nice trend. But in the afternoon, saw a lot better action from these two. Though I think PAAS was a little earlier. And that was at 11 o'clock. So this was a great trade from the large cap gainers from the start of the race. This was a great trade from here, 11 o'clock, and this is silver play, and it just kept moving higher, higher, and higher. All right, guys. Yeah, thank you, William. So less than a minute, guys, to the open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, and of course, we'll all eyes on GME, see what happens on the open, and let's see if this live stream at noon has any effect at all. Noon Eastern time. REPL was a big one from yesterday, man. Yeah, it was a big one from yesterday. All right. So this is what I mean, okay? There's not too many stocks meeting the requirements, okay, yet. So that's why we're getting like Lyft is the only one right now. So that's why it's looking a little bit weird. There's the GME. All right, DocU guys had a little pop and then a drop now. So DocU is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, okay? Try to let things settle down a little bit. But if you're a little less conservative than I am, then you've got this DocU 5091. There's a dollar move right there. Okay. And here's IoT, another earnings play. These are on the 10-day daily breakdowns. I know this looks really weird, guys, because right now Lyft is the only one that is, excuse me, meeting all the requirements. And you can't see the percentage moves over here. That's the other problem right now. What I mean by What I mean by that is how much, there we go. So there's one, and it's hard. I know it's going to be hard at the very beginning, but so that has moved 1.51% since the beginning of the race, and that is IoT. And there's Leafly guys, LFLY, having another strong day. And there's the DocU and the IoT continuing down again from the 10-day daily breakdown. SMTC just showed up 29.15. Let's see if this has any sort of a wow. So all three of these. All right, guys. So here we go. Here we go. GME just made a pop here. Okay. Got halted on the way up. Okay. GME just got halted on the way up. There's no big clue as to where it's going to open. So this is the first time I'm showing this screen here, this blue screen from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's your halt price for GME. This column here can give you maybe a bit of a clue as to where it's going to open, but it's really not telling us anything yet. Yeah, I know, guys. This is going to look very messy for probably the first 10 minutes or so until we start getting more stocks that meet all the requirements, and then we'll have more of a less jumbled looking list. Guys, just waiting to see if this opens in 5 minutes. This is a volatility halt, so should be a 5 minute halt. Okay, should be a 5 minute halt. 9:37 plus 28 seconds. Well, this Iran has been on a tear, hasn't it? Iran has been on just a tear over the last few weeks. Docu continues down, guys, on earnings. And SMTC also. Actually, something's going on here. Wow, SMTC still moving down. So again, if you're less conservative than me, I'm gonna have to take a look at this Oscar. Watch it. It'll be the one. I don't like to trade in the first 15, but okay, guys, in about 45 seconds, if this is a 5 minute halt for GME. All right, guys. If it's opening, there it goes, guys. There it goes. Okay, GME on the way up now, on the way up through 40. Very nice, guys. Very, very nice. I don't know if anybody took it, but I can't tell people take the trades, but the 40 break was key. Very nice. Mm, very nice. It's getting nicer and nicer. Now, be careful, of course. Next level would be here. This is the pre-market around 45. Look at the volume that came in also. And this is halted now. Okay. This is halted now again. So as I said, this could give a great buying opportunity, and that it did. Interesting, these halts for GME and Interactive Brokers. No, there's never been a real clue. And by that I mean, when GMA came out of its halt, it ran right through 40 like nothing. But there was no clue that that was going to happen based on this column here, which is kind of giving you a little peek into the future as what could happen. But you see right here, 4401. There's no way it's going to open at 4401, in my opinion, anyway. Hmm. Well, here's a disaster IPO. This one came out yesterday, guys. Another disaster here, guys. All sorts of, big deal about BCDA pre-market up to 742. I keep thinking that maybe it's going to it did a financing, but nope. It surged on receiving U.S. patent for heart device. Market doesn't care now, that's for sure. Wow. All right, again, if this is a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 9:44 plus 12 seconds. That is for the GME, 9:44 plus 12 seconds. And you can see it was bang on 5 minutes, the first one. Is AMC lifting? There you go. There you go. Yeah, it just did. Nice shady. I guess you're in this one. I've been, of course, concentrating just on GME, but I guess you're in this one, the Journ. Nothing until at least 9:40, Commander, and there are two. Okay, nothing happens in the pre-market, and all I would do is this: click on New from the toolbar. Okay, and then click on Premium AI Strategy Trades window. There are three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, and this is what you'll see. Okay, so there's a long for Journ and a short for SMTC. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. But that's all you should, in my opinion, that's the only screen you should look at. Make it really simple. And I'm just going to correct you just a little bit. These are alerts, okay? I hate to call them trades. I mean, I know it's just kind of semantics, but these are alerts. How you trade them, if you trade them, up to you. All right, guys. So 9:39, 9:44 plus 12 seconds. So we are about a minute, sorry, half a minute away from this open for GME. And welcome, by the way, Commander. All right, guys. We have maybe 6 seconds for this open for GME. Boom. Wow. Wow, 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 guys. Okay, guys. Well, I don't know. I can't tell people to take the trade, but 40 was the big level to take a look at. Okay, I've just offloaded most. Okay, I'm thinking that 50 might block it for a bit. Though I will put a price alert at 50 and just see if that takes out 50. How did I enter? What do you mean by that, Z? What do you mean? How did I enter? Without trying to be flip, I pressed the submit button on my. What do you mean? How did I enter? Came out of the halt, broke over 50. Sorry, 40. I got in at 40.53. Well, it wasn't the time frame. It's nothing to do with time frame. I could have had a 1 minute chart up, a 60-minute chart up. It doesn't really matter. I have a 15, but it's not more of a field play, right? I mean, if you were listening to me in the pre-market, I said I had a couple of levels that I thought were, to me anyway, that were important. Breaking 40 on the way up or breaking 35 on the way down. It got halted at what price did it get halted? It got halted at 39.61. When it came out of the halt, it immediately moved over 40, and that's when I just got it. But I'm out, as I say, I'm out most. I am a little worried about, not worried, but my next level is to see if I can take out 50 later on. Now GME is halted on the way down. So, oh yeah, it was after the halt. Yes, yes. And it had to be after the halt because I was waiting for a 40 break. Okay. And it got halted at 39. I was not going to take it unless it. Now, I'm glad it halted, because that gave it the impetus to really pop through that 40 and keep going. So, no, it was not my halt strategy. It was not my halt strategy. I know what you're talking about. It did not come back down through 39.61. It was more, I just felt that if it broke 40, it would run. That's all. It was sort of call it a feel play. I just felt that if it broke 40, it would run for a bit. Yeah, no kidding. I know I said I wanted to just pay attention to these large cappers, but had to take a back seat. Now, what happens coming out of the halt? I mean, it was halted on the way down. So, the next thing is, will 40 hold? So this morning, when I was looking at about 8:30 Eastern time, there were 1.5 million shares available, Interactive Brokers to short. There are now 500. So there have been a million. There have been about a million snapped up at Interactive Brokers. I can't speak for other brokerages, of course, but there are about a million were snapped up because there's now only 577,000. Meanwhile, I know there's other stuff going on, but that was my devoted attention was to GME. So let's take a look. Some of these ones. Now, what's the market doing? So the market is actually been in a nice little recovery. The non-farm job, not the non-farm job numbers came out at 8:30 right here. So that caused that big giant red candle. But we have 45 minutes of recovery, and arguably we could say almost an hour and a half. I'm sorry, an hour and 15. And I see that Vero was halted on the way down. Okay, Vero was halted on the way down, and it resumed. So when does GME open? 9:51 plus 48 seconds. So a little over a minute if it's another 5-minute halt for GME. Wow. There have been some sensational ones from this 10-day daily breakdown, guys. Docu, IoT, SM, this one now, this cheap one, BCDA. I mean, 418, 330, 340, 334. It's sensational. I am not even looking at the breakouts. I have found that the breakdowns usually perform better than the breakouts because bad news hits harder than outweighs usually good news. Hmm. All right, guys. In 10 seconds, about 10 seconds, this is due to open. GME is due to open in 10 seconds. Let's see what it does. Does it continue to fall or does it stop and then take this high out? Okay, so it did not fall. It did not fall after that halt down. Not yet, anyway. The halt was at 43.83. It's right there now. So it's falling a little bit now below the halt price. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, well, there's going. Okay, GME now is breaking down now. Yeah, I mean, I know 40 is a big level for to try to hold. I agree, Dwayne. The move over 40 early. I mean, look, I had no idea it was going to work out the way it did, but that was gold. Now we're in kind of no man's land, and now what do we have now? It's almost 7 o'clock, so a couple of hours before this this much anticipated streaming event. I have to admit, guys, I'm revved. I don't know if you can hear my voice, but I'm definitely revved. All right, now, guys, what I'm going to start now, you see how much more orderly this is, okay? This is now a nice 10 stocks here, 10 stocks here. We're getting a top 10 list automatically created for us in the large cap gainers from the start of the race versus the large cap losers from the start of the race. Excuse me. Okay, now GME halted on the way down again, guys. Give me a moment, guys. And the shares are being snapped up at GME again, or at Interactive Brokers again. Now they're down to 437,000 shares. Remember yesterday at one point there were 2.5 million at Interactive Brokers. Anyway, let me start look. You know what? The Novavax. Shoot. Saw this one and it was 18 something. Saw this one right here. Is that TPHS halted? Really? I don't see it in my halts list, but let me I don't see it in my halts list. Oh, that's why. It's under $1. Okay. Well, good for you guys if you're into the ones under, not only under $1, but under 50 cents. Yeah. Or as we like to say, 50 cents. Trying to be hip. Okay, guys. So let me start looking again at this the gappers on the or the large cap losers on the from the start of the race. Again, I just want to explain what you're seeing here. So what you're seeing here, so you notice these are 4-minute races, okay? So when the race starts, just like any other race, all the stocks that meet the filter requirements, okay, they're all sort of lined up. The race, now we won't see any action until at least 30 minutes, 30 seconds into the race. And then whoever starts leading the race, you'll see right at the top here. Okay, just like any other race. So whatever stock has moved the most since the start of the race, you'll see it at the top here. Okay, so you see SG, hard to see right there, but it's moved like 0.31%. Not a big deal, but it's leading the race right now. And what happens is once the race is over, obviously there will be a winner, and then there's automatically a top 10 list that is created of the stocks that have won the most races. So these are the ones that are moving up, and these are the ones that are moving down. For instance, GME yesterday, I think won about 33 races. Okay. So this is a nice top 10 list created for you. So you can watch these stocks all day long. Okay. Try to figure out, here's CLSK, won a race. Let's see what it's doing. Okay. I mean, I'm looking at it right now. It's a big pullback from 1738 right back down to 17. The VWAP is at 1688. So, if you're a bit of a VWAP type player, you might look at that and go, okay, maybe it's trying to hold the VWAP. What I'd be looking at is the next high looking left is around 18. That's not bad. So what effect is that having on the market, Casa? Let's see. Small caps are basically here, Z. Okay. It was sort of redundant. The small caps are here. Not there was never a small cap race. I did not have like a max cap. It was just that, the stocks that are moved, like there's no way that a stock can go up 99% typically, unless it's a small cap, low float and all that. So I found it was just too redundant. So if you're looking for the small cap movers, here they are. Now you can still run. You can run, if you have trade ideas, I am sharing. I'm still sharing that other race, but I'm just choosing to focus on these right now. But again, if you're looking for the ones that are moving, big percentage wise, right here, relative strength leaders from the close percent. All right, yeah. So GME is going to be pretty all over the place right now. Okay, it just opened, was halted at what 39.57, and it's still so it's below it now. So I have no idea. The potato, I have no idea what's going to happen with GME. I mean, this what effect the podcast or the streaming event has at noon. I have no idea. I mean, what's he going to say? He cannot come out and say, "Okay, guys, everybody should be buying GME." He's not going to say that. Yes, I doubt very much he's going to say that. Maybe he's just I don't know what he's going to say. Just reiterate his position on his current position. I really don't know. I will say this: that if it takes out 35 down here, that's not good. I don't think anyway. So this is halted on the way down again. So what Shady is saying, you go long GME if it hits 40, and I'll put a 38.50, so $1.50 stop on it. Okay, so that's what he's waiting for. No, no, nothing under a minute, pilot. This is, this program really is not. We've had that question in the past, and I'm always amazed that people would want a 10-second chart. But I guess if you're a supreme scalper, maybe. But no, we don't have anything less than 1 minute. Have you ever, is that what you do though, Pilot? I mean, are you a scalper as such? Like like what charts have you used before that are 10-second? You can keep, you obviously could keep using them. We link with many platforms. All right, guys, odd is now showing up on that 10-day daily breakout. Okay, but it is coming right into that red line, which is the next high. Is sorry, the next high on the daily chart, which is 43.61. So it's almost there. No, I understand, but have you done that with another charting program that allows 10-second charts, Pilot? Because what I'm saying is that we do link with other charting programs. So you could continue. I know it'd be nice if you could just use our charts, but we do link with other charting programs. So you could keep using those charts and then use our great scanning software to find the opportunities. Yeah, so I really don't use very many indicators, Alex. I don't have the VWAP on my chart. I do have it here, so I know what the VWAP is. There's the VWAP right there in my single stock window. The only really all I have is the 200-day moving average on my daily chart. The reason you're seeing this little cloud action is because this is something new in the latest beta that you guys now have access to. There will be a channel designed on this, so I thought I would display it, but I really don't use that many indicators. Okay. Now, Steve, Steve, I mean, I used to have the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. I'm just not a big indicator guy. And the SMA is okay. When you say how many days, so I on the 15-minute chart, I used to have a 10 SMA. I know Steve loves that. Steve Gomez loves that one. I'm sort of trying to figure out a way to use this cloud. This is basically I think it's the 12, the 5 and 12 EMAs. I'm trying to give it a shot. Wow. Well, IoT guys, I mean, yeah, I mean, I know you guys have been talking about it. Just a wonderful short. IoT 3231 from here. If you're right at 930, if you're, again, not as conservative as I am. Now, GME resumed on the way sort of up. What's my opinion about Leafly on, so that's from our YouTube room, LFLY. Let's see, did it make any, where is it? Anywhere here? Right here. My opinion is being sold off. A couple of big topping tails here. And what does it mean? Means at one point the stock was up here at 422. Sellers sellers knocked it down to 352. Buyers stepped in again, got it up to 409. Sellers knocked it all the way down to 3. So it's really all over the place right now. But it looks like to me in a big, these topping tails don't look good. It's on the latest beta, Scott. Okay, on the latest beta. Okay, so this cloud stuff is on the latest beta. So if you download the latest beta, you'll have access to this. So this one, guys, so this got halted. I think they got halted a couple times, right? On maybe on the way down. So this is now just burst up. A custom setting on float turnover rate. You don't need a custom setting. We have a filter for that, Pilot. Oh, I don't know if I've got it here. So we have a filter for that. If I right click, I'll just use this momentum scan as a to demonstrate. So if I type in float, okay, here's your float turnover ratio. Okay, so you don't need no custom setting. It's just a normal filter, if that's what you mean. Thought I had it here. I should probably add it. I have space. So let's take a look here. Just trying to find out if there's a one that's really. So here's Alcoa, guys. AA. Yeah. So here's a good example of. So what Pilot is talking about a float turnover rate. So look at the float for Vero, 4 million. Look how many shares have traded so far. 44. You can do some just quick math. So let's turn the float over 10 times. Okay, just divide 4 million into 44 million. So it's turn the float over 10 times. I just don't have the filter here. Yeah, so hopefully they're going to do a. So the potato was asking in our YouTube room, what is the cloud indicator, et cetera, and what is it supposed to indicate? Hopefully they're going to do. They're going to do a. Steve, I think, is going to do a podcast with. I can't remember who his name is, but sort of. He didn't invent this, but he's got a following, I guess, that kind of follows this idea, and hopefully they're going to do some kind of a podcast that will explain it a lot better. So I cannot. I mean, in very simplistic form, that the right now a red line right there, a red line means that in theory, not in theory, it means that the 12 EMA is below the 5 EMA. Okay, which means the potential for a short. The green line would mean that the 5 EMA, the 12 EMA is above the the 5 EMA is above the 12 EMA. Yeah, I'm no master about this. Okay, I thought I would display it because I know it's coming. It's going to come as a channel. Let me ask the question. All right, guys, give me a moment. Yeah, because what I do know about this, you see this little FX here, so you can choose whatever you want in terms of the upper EMA or SMA and the lower EMA or SMA of the cloud. Let me again, I am no expert, but you see this FX here. Okay, so you see, and I know we have stochastics and CCI. Don't ask me about these yet, but the EMA cloud. So you see now, where is it? There we go. So you see, you can have the different cloud one, cloud two, cloud three. You can activate either one, two, or all three, but you can pick your period, your fast and slow EMA or SMAs, or combine them. Okay. Don't ask me. Okay. Don't ask me, like, what should I be using? I know that the default seems to be 12 on the fast and sorry, 5 on the fast and 12 on the slow. Don't ask me, okay? But hopefully they'll do a podcast with the guy and they'll go over a lot of this stuff. Like, how do you actually use it? Like, how do you use it to make money? I mean, that's really the bottom line. How do you use it to make money? Well, let me show again. When you say float turnover rate, are you talk? Maybe we're not talking about the same thing. This is what we've got. Okay, so I'll show it again. Talking to Pilot in our main room. So this is what we've got. Obviously, we have the short float percent, the number of shares short or percentage of shares that are short. Obviously, we have the float, and here's the float turnover. So if that doesn't if that is not what you're looking for, then we don't have it. Okay. This is just the ratio dividing the number of shares traded by the float to give you the turnover. Wow, fast morning, guys. Haven't done anything other than the GME. Lots of excellent shorts, though. Man, oh man, excellent shorts. I have no idea if there have been some good longs out of this daily breakout. I've really looked at them. No, okay, then we don't have that. We don't have that. Just have the ratio. So what you're asking then is, okay, right now, 46. So 4 million into 46 gives you a certain ratio. How fast is that ratio turning? Yeah, we don't have that. Going from 10 to 10.5 to 10. We don't have that. No, there's no no, there's no you can only have we have data points that you can create your own, but the developers are not going to do that. I'm sorry. I mean, I could tell you that, you can always write to them, info at trade-ideas.com and ask to see if that could be done. But I'm not going to snow you. They're almost 100% chance no. Okay. All right, guys. Well, it is now 10:20, approximately 10:20, 10:19, I guess to be exact. So I'll go over my homepage, all the information you can find on my homepage. And I'm going to start looking at these ones now. Once I go over all the information you can find on my homepage and a little explanation about what Trade Ideas is all about. We always have new people in the room. Welcome to the room if you are new. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the very top here, you will see there is a promo code to get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And if you decide at some point in time to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. I mean, this can change from time to time, of course. We have specials every now and then, but use my promo code. This goes a long way, or that will go a long way to keeping this room free. Okay. Because then the room gets credit for the sale. And this is a free room, and that's the way we keep it free. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. 10 short videos, starting off with the download and install, the first startup and login, excuse me, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows, okay? Covering most, I wouldn't look at docked layout. I truly wouldn't, not at the very beginning, kind of an advanced topic. I know I keep saying I think they should just get out. They should put something else in here. Maybe, I don't know, how to create a price alert on a chart. But anyway, 10 short videos. This is a software program, so obviously there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here is cover all the major topics very, very quickly, okay? It's only 30 minutes long for all these videos. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. We have this a series of free videos for people who are brand new to trading, okay? Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Free, of course. Trade of the week. This is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section that I put together. So we have a great user guide. Again, like any other software program, our user guide has a lot of stuff in it. You don't have to learn everything, obviously. The getting started, that's that 10 short videos. This is more detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. You see I'm running a couple of stock races, explanation about what they're all about. And then, I talked about price alerts. I love price alerts. You want to create a watch list. So a lot of the major sections you'll find right here. But again, you don't have to learn everything. Like if I threw you a MS Word manual, if I say, well, you've got to learn everything before you can start to use the program, who would do it? Ooh, I think GME just broke down through 35 guys. And daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me in our YouTube room. And I should explain that. I do moderate 2 rooms at the same time. There's a YouTube room and then what I call the main room. If you're looking for more action, in other words, or discourse amongst traders, then come into the main room. Okay. There's a lot more posting that takes place, throwing around ideas. Both rooms hear me and both rooms see my screen. Okay. But if you're looking for a lot more action, come into the main trading room. But you can stay in YouTube if you don't care about interacting with other traders. You can stay in YouTube and you can listen to me and see my screen. Okay. And so that is why I'm saying the daily support sessions. When I take my break between 12 and 1 of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Friday, so it should be handy. I will confirm that. And I think it's a good idea to head over because it works out perfectly. We have 5 different traders who take over for me and the 5 days of the week. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to head over and, you can hear somebody else's trading style. And last but not least, if you've clicked on my home page, scroll and you're looking for my scans, here they are. Middle section, my scans right here. So I am now running these 2 races that you see. I'm sorry, not this one right now. This is the biggest gainers from the open. This is not the race that that you can see up here. This is a large cap gainers from the open. Okay, you can still have this one, and then this one, the large cap gainers from the open or start of the race, is right here. What you don't have on my homepage, which I'm going to get the gentleman who looks after my homepage, I'll get him to add this one. But if you want this one, the biggest large cap losers from the start of the race, I can give it to you. And this is the relative strength leaders is over here. And of course, I do have other scans on my other monitors. I'm not trying to hide them, because I don't want you to see them. It's just that I don't want on the monitor that I'm sharing to have so many scans on them that people get too confused. So, but here, here's my 10-day daily breakout and down. The breakdown, unbelievable today. Okay, and then this one, this is a momentum scan. This, when things get a little bit slow, I usually can rely on this one to give us, plenty of alerts during the day. You too, Brooke. And an hour and a half till RK. So what Shady is doing, he's posting as GME is going down. He's posting new levels that he's interested in. So I think he's probably in it now. He said 3650, and I think it popped above 3650. Whoops. With a 34 stop. So, it's a wide stop, guys. So he is in it now at 3650. So, what is Trade Ideas? We are a real-time alert scanner, okay? A lot of screening programs out there that claim to be scanners. Well, we don't claim to be scanners. And by the way, this is from our AI also, VIGL. Nice one. Yeah, Shady, I wasn't trying to say it was a wide stop. I understand it's very active. So yeah, you have to have a wide stop on something like that because otherwise too tight a stop and you'll get and now this has been halted on the way up. So congratulations. Anyway, here's the momentum scan, guys. What does it look like? If I right click, configure, summary. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. So if the stock is between $1 and $100 and the current volume is at least 3, this is a great filter that we've got. This looks at the time of day. So it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, say 10:30 Eastern time right now. Okay. And what it does, it looks back over the last, I think it's 30 days. Okay. And checks to see what has been the average over the last 30 days up to this time of day. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. This is why I call a momentum scan, etc. Okay. So if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:24 plus 23 seconds. It is now 10:28. So since that time, no stock has met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay. This is typically a very active scan over the course of the day. Now, if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. This time I'll click on search. So right at the very top here, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. So right at the very top, the 2 most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as I scan down or scroll down, you see that we have a lot of other real-time alerts. I'm going to go over them all, of course. And when I get to these icons, these are the filter icons. Okay. And don't get, if you're looking at this for the first time, don't think, man, this is way too hard. How am I possibly going to learn all these? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason there are so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So, of course, they had to create a lot of different real time alerts and all these different filters so that the majority of our customers could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and only a handful of the filters. Why? Because that suits my trading style. It doesn't mean that all these other real-time alerts or the filters that I don't use are bad. It just means I don't need them. They don't because I have a certain trading style and I don't need them. It doesn't mean they're bad. Okay? So don't get hung up on how many we've got. They're just there in case that's the sort of trading style that you've got. So are you talking about where on the charts, the text color are what text color do you have? I mean, you can change the charts, of course, to any color you want. But are you talking about the symbol right here, for instance, that I have in blue? Like, I'm not sure what text color on the charts are you talking about constantly in red? Exactly. The market is not allowed to go down. Okay, sloughing off at those job numbers at 8:30. Who cares? Shows the number of shares at 229. 229. You don't mean February 29th, a leap year? So what do you mean at 229? Give me an example of a chart, okay, Vero? I'm sorry, constantly. Give me an example of a chart. But give me I don't understand what you mean by 229. Just give me an example of a chart. Like give me a chart symbol so I can pop it in here and see what you're looking at. Okay, GME just opened. Oh, I see here. Are you talking so are you okay, so are you talking about using the simulator or something? But you're using the simulator. I don't think you can change the I don't think you can change that. Let me take a trade in the simulator, okay? And just Pepe probably knows, but let me just see if I can take a trade in the simulator. All right, so let's take 400 shares. Okay, so now, so you're talking about that one right there, that little red flag, because I don't think you can change that. And it's not nothing to do whether you're up or down. I think that if it's a short, it'll be in red, and if it's a buy, let me see. I'll just do another one. Let me buy 500 shares of this one. Yeah, so the buy is in green and yeah. So I don't think there's any way to change this. And it's got nothing to do whether you're up or down. It's just telling If it's a buy, it'll show up in green. If it's a short, it'll show up in red. So Pepe, yeah, thank you. I didn't think you could change that. Most people, of course, look at red and green in that fashion. So you're not talking about the flag, that little flag here. Okay, a question in our YouTube room. Could it be that not all brokers are allowed to trade after and before halts? No, that's not true. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know all brokers. You simply can't buy or sell GME. Not, of course, not during the halts. Well, the thing is if you were looking to buy, where's GME right now anyway? So if you were looking to buy GME just before the halt, the thing is that you'll hear me say something like, especially some of these cheaper ones. I'm going to say, this looks like it's going to get halted. And that's because when I'm looking, not this one right now, but that's because on an active stock, and I've got it, and the bid ask is not changing. So I can almost predict that it's going to get halted and I could not buy it. Okay. Not this one right now. So is that what you're referring to? So in theory, it's not designated that it's been actually officially halted, but you can tell that it's going to be halted. Is that what you mean? Now, after the halt, you can, yeah, I mean, I can't imagine any broker not allowing you to, but certainly interactive brokers, no problem. After the halt, once it's becomes just, something you can trade again. But it might be because you're looking and you're saying, well, wait a minute, it's not halted, but you can almost predict that it's going to be halted because the bid ask is not changing, especially on an active stock. Yeah, Vigel's been nice, guys. This is one from our AI. Vigil, VIGL. Well, that's, it depends. I mean, who's your broker? Who is your broker? Eula. Were you trying to go in at market, or maybe you just couldn't get in because you were trying to pick a price and you couldn't get a fill? Yeah, so I don't know them. I can't comment on them, obviously. Revolut or Revolution? Okay, so Peter, I'm not sure what you're talking about. So that 21% as an example, that's going to be constant. That 21% is just how much it's up from the close or down from the close. It's got nothing to do with time frame. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, 21%. And if you're looking, and that's the first number is the dollar amount that it's down from the close yesterday, and this is the percentage down. Okay, change brokers. Okay, Peter. Okay, good. Okay, guys. Wow, Docu had a big recovery, didn't it? Pretty big recovery for Docu. The bottom was down here at 48. Okay, I'll start to look at some of these things from the large cappers now and see if there's anything interesting. See how this Iran has been. Boy, it's been strong, strong, strong. Boy, this is interesting, guys. I mean, it's been a little bit choppy to say the least. Topping tail up to 1121. Three successive bottoming tails. Sellers trying to knock it down. Over 11 again. Let's take a look left on the monthly chart to see where it could go or where could be the next resistance. So 1025. So that's past that. Wow. 1609. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1609, of course, but there it is. 1609 on the monthly chart is your next high. So Iran has room on a monthly chart anyway. So let's see how well it holds over 11. So Mobileye is having a great run here. The next high looking left on the weekly is 3087. So it's not that far away from that high. Okay, guys, let's see. Yeah, well, I took this. Look at the SPY, man. Oh man, look at the SPY. Crazy. This is this an all time high now again? Market hour all time high. Looks like it. Yeah, yeah, definitely an all time high now. Again, we don't count the pre market, but definitely an all time high now for the SPY. So it's interesting, market is ripping here, and yet probably the best trades alerts were from the 10-day daily breakdowns. Boy, this CLEU is just ripping here. This I should have taken this as opposed to just in the simulator. Should have done them both, guys. So in the simulator, I should go over the simulator too. Okay. So here's how you can practice trading, guys. Okay. So I was just showing. I wanted to see what these pennants look like in terms of colors and all that. This is the question. But so I just to demonstrate how to use a simulator. So 500 shares of the CLEU at 265, up 280 now, and the short 400 shares up 155 now. All right. So you can use the simulator. This is using our real-time data. You can use the simulator to practice trading, which I really, really recommend before you commit money to the market. Which TI software is better, the beta or pro? I always use beta. I mean, it's better. I mean, if you want this cloud look, with this you see this cloud, then you have to have the beta. You don't care. Well, you can stick, I suppose, with the pro, but I mean, the beta's out there all the time, and I've always used the beta. So it depends what you mean by better. Oh man, are they being snapped up? Yeah, 64,000. Wow, are they ever being snapped up? So let's just flash this up. Okay, this is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, there's nothing to do with trade ideas, and this is telling me at Interactive Brokers how many shares are available to short. Okay, of well, I have GME right here, and earlier, well, at 8:30 there were 1.5 million. Yesterday there were 2.5 million. At 8:30 there were 1.5 million, and they've been just snapped up now. And you can see this number changes as there's covering or them getting snapped up. Now, just a word about the simulator too. Just give me a moment as I bring it up. So if you want to get out of a trade, all you have to do is highlight it, and you'll see it says flatten. Okay, you can press flatten, highlight the one you want to get out of, and I'll get out of this one right now. I'm going to flatten that CLEU, and I'm going to flatten this one. Just want to show you how. Now, if you want to practice swing trading, if you don't get out of the trade at the end of the day, it becomes a swing trade. Okay. I would also have the max P&L column up and the distance from the exit price column up. What this is telling me is that at one point, I was up $405 in this long of CLEU. When I got out, again, this is in the simulator. Okay. I made $314. That's not terrible. Okay. I mean, there's no way anybody's going to get out right at the absolute top penny. But you would not want to have had this to say, your max P&L was 400, and then when you got out, you're up 50, or even worse, you lost money. So this is can give you a bit of an idea how good are your exits. Same thing here. At one point, I was, on that short of IoT up $222 when I exited 192. It's not bad. Now the other one to see though is the distance from the exit price, because now this is going to tell you, okay, where I got out, where is it? So what you really want, you want to see a nice big negative number here, okay, on the distance from the exit price if you went long, because then you can say to yourself, wow, I'm glad I got out because it really dropped from where I got out, as opposed to a big negative, as opposed to a big positive number. Okay. So these are just gauges to let you know kind of how good are my exits. I mean, buying is one thing, but when are you going to start taking profits? When are you going to get out? Of course, always have a stop, obey your stop. So this is I like to have these two as gauges. And again, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application, okay? Part of our standard service. And you just load it from here, click on new, and then whoops, click on new and then brokerage plus. And what it'll look like, when you load it the first time, it should say not connected. Okay, not connected. And all you have to do is click on sim underneath the brokerage plus, click on sim. That should turn to paper trading. If for some reason it doesn't, it might say account. Just click on it, and then paper trading should show up. Okay, and then click on it. Now you're in our simulator or paper trader. Okay, now you can practice trading. Whew. Okay, guys. Wow, 10:51. It's been a fast morning. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a look at some of these that have been showing up on the races and see what if anything is of interest right now. Looks like GME is just in a holding pattern now. Waiting. Everybody's waiting with bated breath to see what's going to happen at noon Eastern time with this streaming event. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, what time is it now? It is 10:54. So in about an hour, I'll be taking a break. Andy will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Wow, look at this one shoot up here. This VIRC, guys. So what's the next high looking left on the monthly? Right around 13. So this, if there are shorts available, which there are interactive brokers anyway, this could be maybe an interesting short opportunity. You can see all those tops here at 13. Will this fizzle out? Running into the this what I looks to me anyway like weekly resistance for VIRC. It's an earnings play. Didn't see this at all in the pre-market. It's really had, there's only one, hardly any trading in the pre-market. Meanwhile, my goodness, is great alert from RAI, guys. 510, you can see right here. There's the alert at 510. We're at 605 now. And I mean, it still has room. 703, $7 or so is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So, I mean, it still has room. The volume has increased. This is the biggest volume bar of the day right here. Just trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news. There must be probably some news somewhere. I just don't see it. Had a great day yesterday. Yeah, so this was actually an AI alert yesterday also. People ask, can the AI be used for swing trading? Well, I mean, if a stock, I'm not, this is a bio, so, risky perhaps, but if a stock closes well and you like it, and you look left and you see all sorts of room, there's no reason why you could not hold it, okay, from the AI. Even though the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day, doesn't mean you absolutely have to. In this case, obviously, it would have been a great hold. Yeah, and this is actually shortable for me too. Interactive brokers, 478,000. So this is shortable at some point. You think it's going to run out of steam. All right, Katie, just give me a moment. Okay, I got to fess up. I am roaring kitty. Whew, okay, guys. Well, okay, how about T-Doc? And the reason I look at a T-Doc is because I love the ones, of course, that are breaking down below the whole number one. Then we look to see what sort of room does it have to keep moving down if it wants to. And so I look left here and 1074 is the next low looking left on the daily chart. It did get down to 1070. So probably for me, I would have to wait if I wanted to short this one for a break down the low of the day. And then the other thing, I'll take a look at the monthly chart and see where could there, wow. I mean, this is basically a lifetime low right now. Okay, basically, I know somebody wants to go way back, they're gonna see some low that's lower, but, we have it at, like, 0.6%. So what does that mean? If I could have a lifetime candle, okay, if I could have a lifetime candle of this stock, the price would be right at the bottom, like, almost right at the bottom. See, it says 0.6%, so it'd be right at the bottom. So there's really no support for this T-Doc. Okay, guys, I'm just going to confirm it'll be Andy in our YouTube room when I take off at noon. Okay, guys, yeah, I just confirmed Andy will be taking over for me in about an hour in our YouTube room. Okay, here's a question. Is there a way to do symbol linking to the Brokerage Plus window so that it puts a symbol that I'm looking at in another window or chart into the Brokerage Plus order entry field? Well, that's what it does. If I can understand your question. So the reason okay, if I click on an alert from anywhere, okay, any symbol anywhere, the problem is this might disappear. Okay, it might disappear behind my layout, but let me click on BRZE. Yeah, see, it disappeared behind my layout, but there it is. If that's what you mean, it should do it automatically. I don't think you even have to do symbol linking. I haven't done that for so long. I don't think there's even. I think it just does it automatically. Okay, is that what you meant? Okay. Now, sometimes, if it doesn't work, you just have to reload Brokerage Plus. That hasn't happened to me for a while, but some every now and then something kind of screws up a bit. So instead of my trying to figure out why, I just X out Brokerage Plus, close it down, and then reload it again. Usually that solves it. Oops. So GME now is continuing its way down. 10,000 shares available for me at Interactive Brokers. 7,000. Too bad, Shady. I guess you did get stopped out at that 34. Boy, it's going to be so interesting to see what happens. And again, this is from Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay. If you want to have this, if you have Interactive Brokers, just do a search, SLB, do a search. And then you can have this little box. I have this little box on my other monitor. And I check all day long, especially obviously if I want to short something, I have to find out if shorts are available. Number one. Well, as long as it works, Wolfhound. I don't know if Dak is still here, but I think he said he was short. I think he said he was short GME, so that is obviously working well for him. So again, I have not really been able to focus on anything here, okay? But what my plan is that the stocks that have won races, click on it. Click on, and just see, well, what is there a pattern forming that I can trade? I mean, the IoT, of course, had a nice bounce, but then the drop, little bounce, and now it's dropping again. It's an earnings play. Is this something that I can maybe figure out a way to trade it? Looks like it's kind of following the market a bit right now. Wow, this is a big sell-off ahead of the event so far, anyway, for the GME. Well, the low yesterday, I mean, if it takes this low of yesterday, 31.28, that could be somewhat cataclysmic. IPO, guys, this is an IPO. Okay, an IPO just launched our APP. It was priced at 17, so it's a little bit above the IPO price. Excuse me, only 8 million shares, so not a huge number of shares were issued. So it's over the $17 price. So that means there is some enthusiasm for it. And this is again, this is a bit of a quirk of our halts resumes. Excuse me. I would say that maybe 90% of stocks that are IPOs will show up here as a resume. It wasn't designed that way, but it just happens to be. But I'm not every single one will show up when it's an IPO, but I would say 90%. Speaking of options, you guys are talking about options. Yeah, look at the option volume today for GME, 765,000 contracts and counting, which is three times normal. A little bottoming tail put in. I still see 14,000. I still see this. So maybe they went to zero, but then then there was some covering right here. I mean, to use IB as a proxy, for short availability and all that. Okay, yeah. So they've been snapped up only for yeah. I mean, it's fascinating. Understand, guys, there were 2.5 million yesterday. 2.5 million shorts available yesterday. And even at 8:30 today, Eastern time, there were 1.5 million. So GME just got halted on the way up, guys. That little bottoming tail. Yeah. So it just got halted on the way up. Oof. I just mentioned for me anyway, this was shortable for me, VIGL. And look at it now. A high of 6 down to 521. But I was saying yesterday, this top 10 list that is built in both of these, and any race you run, you can run any race, okay? All races start from a top list window, but it, no, there's no but. Creates a top 10 list for you automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. And you could take this list and you could follow those stocks the next day, put it in a symbol list, follow those stocks the next day to see if there's any continuation one way or the other. So look at Mobileye. So interesting. I mean, GME won 33 races yesterday on the way up. It's won 11 races today on the way down. It's a good way also if you're more into pullback plays. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. You see something moving. Here's SMTC. The race still has another 2.5 minutes left, but you can take a look at it right now and you say, understand that these symbols that you see here have no bearing on whether or not they're at the low of the day or the high of the day. It's just, are they winning a race? So you look at SMTC. So for me, I'd be looking at this 29.90 level. If it took that out, that may cause it to go down again. Okay. $30 is the VWAP. So it's sort of sitting right at the VWAP. So if it took out the VWAP and moved down below 30, that could get it running down again. Remember, this had some pretty bad news. CEO fighting with the board got turfed. And guys, remember, this is yes, it's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You're going to ask questions all day long. Yeah, it's all, yeah, you can determine how long a race runs. I'm running 4-minute races. I don't know why I picked 4 minutes months ago, but I did. But you can run, you can run any time period you want. You go to the guide and go to the race section, and it'll show you how you start a race from a top list window. Any top list window, remember, you can create a race from. So if I break this out, let me just break this one out. I'm just going to duplicate the race. So you see, you see minutes to run as an example. Okay. Based on what? Change from the open. Okay. Change from the opens of the race when it started. So here are all your options that you can pick. You can start it to run, auto run, or auto start at the time. No, I don't have that checked. That's why it wasn't doing it. So at 9:30, okay, I like to run the race. You can run the race though in the pre-market if you want. I don't know why I pick 4 minutes. I really don't know why I pick 4 minutes. It's got nothing to do with candles or anything. I did want to have, like, for instance, I wouldn't run 10-minute races because I want to have a top 10 list that's built of stocks that have winning a lot of races. See, I want to see something. So if you have a 10-minute race, you will only have 39 races for the day. Okay. If you start at 9:30 and run to 4 o'clock, you'll have 39 races. I want to have more races to build a really, what I consider a really good looking top 10 list. But, it's up completely customizable. And also remember, it's based on a top list. So you can see I don't have very many in this list right now because you have a top list window and you can create your own and then you just launch the race from it. So I guess GME resumed. So, guys, one of the reasons of course, I'm not really even trying to actively trade right now is, I mean, I did, quite frankly, extremely well on that GME trade early. So, I mean, if I weren't moderating a room, I would probably just shut myself down and do something else for the rest of the day. But so that's why I'm really not trying to actively trade. And if I do, I'll probably try to find something in the afternoon, but my risk will be a lot lower. In other words, I'm not going to risk the same amount that I normally would. Well, if you okay, Tony, no, and there's no, I really should reemphasize this. There are no stupid questions, Tony. I have a feeling that a lot of people they don't want to ask a question because they think it's going to be stupid or something like that. We all started off new, okay? And I didn't have anybody to answer questions like this in a room like this. I'm not the only one who can answer the questions, of course. So please don't. I'm just not. Excuse me. I'm just not talking to you, Tony. But if you're sitting there wanting to ask a question, but man, it's stupid. Please don't feel that way. Okay. So so the SPY is made up, of course, of 500, and that's what's called the S&P 500. So if you are in a stock that is part of the S&P 500 and it doesn't really have any news on its own. In other words, it's not an earnings play or doesn't have any specific news on its own. More than likely, then it's going to follow, the SPY. So that's why it's important, to know what the SPY is doing. Now, other stocks outside the S&P 500, I mean, the S&P 500 is a good gauge for what the market is doing. So that's why, my goal most days though is to find those alpha stocks, stocks that don't really care that much about what the market's doing within reason. Because I really don't like getting into stocks that are, what happens, some indicator or some news hits the market and it really affects my stock. These little guys are typically not affected by the market at all. Okay. And an IoT probably is not affected by the market that much because it has news on its own. It's an earnings play. So that is the reason why, if you're in Microsoft or, Amazon or Nvidia, okay. Now, Nvidia probably is the market. Nvidia, so if you're in these stocks that, really make up a big part of this pie, sure, you've got to, Nvidia will really affect what the SPY is doing typically because I don't know what the weighting is, but the weighting component is, but it's probably pretty high. So I don't know if that answers your question or not, but oh, Boeing, really? Where do you see that news? So William is saying that an Air Canada jet caught on fire, and it's a Boeing jet caught on fire on takeoff. So maybe that news has not hit overall, according to the New York Post. Okay. All right, guys, here's an interesting one. It's just showing up on the 10-day daily breakout for the first time. GVA. The alert was at 58.82. Now this hit all the way down after hours yesterday. I guess it was a no, it's not an earnings play. I don't know what happened here. Maybe that's, I don't know, misprint or something. But give me a moment here, guys. I'm maybe looking to short this. Check the VWAP, 59.58. So it's below the VWAP. If I don't get the fill where I want, I'm not doing it. It doesn't look like I'm going to. Yeah, I tried to get a midpoint fill in interactive brokers, and they wouldn't fill me. I don't want to go in at 62. I know I could get it right at 62, but I was trying to play around, trying to get it up in this area here. But the spread is 62.74, so I'm just going to leave it alone then. Just give me a moment. Okay, let's take a look at Boeing and see if that news is. So far, it's not really. It's really not affecting. You would think that would be a big deal with Boeing. I actually clicked on the Roaring Kitty, excuse me, the Roaring Kitty link, and seeing all the comments. No, but somebody is saying black experiences that there was a jet, a Boeing plane caught on fire, an Air Canada Boeing plane caught on fire on takeoff. So that's what we were wondering about. It was 2 days old. Okay. So that was 2 days old. Okay, thank you for that, William. That's yeah, it wouldn't make sense. You would have thought I know they had this successful launch and all, but you would have thought that a plane catching on fire on takeoff because it's Boeing give people a great excuse to short it. Yeah, no, I know we know about the launch. It's just we're wondering about when that plane caught on fire, but it appears it was 2 days ago. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:25. So in about 35 minutes, I will be taking my break. Like a lot of people, we will. I will. Well, my break now. I guess I got to listen to the podcast and see, or the webcast, whatever it's the streaming event, whatever it's called. Yeah, Huda is actually an AI alert now on a short, and it would have been okay for about a second. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Give me about 4 minutes, probably. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, Huda has been all over the place. So, I mean, this was a short by our AI. It actually worked at the beginning and then it got stopped out and now it's working now. So that's why, with the AI, use it like a watch list. I mean, it was okay instantly, but then it got stopped out and it's right back down again. What's this flow? 2.4 million in the flow. I am actually surprised that the AI had one like that with that sort of a float, but boy, this has been a choppy one, hasn't it? Look at the IREN today. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, the sellers they're really trying to knock this down. I mean, we had some topping tails up here beginning, but look at all that we have: one, two, three, four, five, pretty big bottoming tails. Again, what does it mean? It means that at one point these were red candles, and the buyers kept stepping in. At some point, one group is going to give up. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to stick an alert at around 11:14 and see if it takes that out, because I believe when we looked, it still had some room to run if it wants to. So that's what I'm going to do with the IREN. Okay, well, guys, ahead of the event, GME is now starting to run a little bit. And Huda got halted on the way down. So that's why I'm saying, guys, I mean, the AI was sort of it was okay. I mean, that alert happened 11:22, 17:46. It dropped and then it popped up, got stopped out, and now look at it though. So that's why I use it like a watch list. Yeah, there have been some posts. I will put it in. I know several have put the link in. Here it is. Z. Okay. So I'll put the link in YouTube too. So you want to head over. This crazy, stupid one, this LPA. Well, okay. Will, do you have a stop? Number one, do you have a stop where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working for you? I have no thoughts about it going to $5. I mean, right now, I think somebody asked me, I don't think it was you, but somebody asked me that, I think in our YouTube room, or maybe, and I said, look, look at these topping tails. I mean, at one point it was way up here, but the sellers knocked it down. Buyers tried it again. Sellers knocked it down. Right now, in my opinion, I mean, there's nothing to see here. Serious? Oh, are you kidding? Your stop is 10 cents? Or do you mean you have a 10-cent stop? You don't mean your stop is 10 cents. You mean you have a stop that is 10 cents away from your, as you call it, your starter position? Is that what you mean? Well, no, I just want to know. Do you mean your stop is 10 is at 10 cents? You know, you're in this I don't know what is okay, all right. I'm just trying to understand what you meant by your stop is 10 cents. I'm not laughing at the trade at all. Come on, GME. Hole 37. I can look at GME right now and check that VWAP. Where is that VWAP? Yeah, way above it. So holding 37. Yes, it's holding 37 for GME. My plan is actually maybe to hold just a little piece to see what happens at noon. I'm obviously not going to move from this desk. All right, guys. Well, ahead of the event, Sorry. Yeah, so I just demonstrated. So I did okay on that fill in brokerage plus, and your purchase price in IB. I won't have an explanation of that. Remember now, you might have had slippage or something like that. Well, I'll be off the mic. I'm not going anywhere. But I'll be off the mic. Paradox. I'm not going anywhere though, but I'll be off the mic. It really depends on the slippage. I mean, was that a live trade, Wolfhound? And one share. Well, Don't know what to say. You could try to send your the log and have somebody analyze it. At info, like what you'll do is you'll click on help and then send files to support. It's impossible to know without seeing the actual log, and that's kind of what Pepe is saying. Well, he's not saying that, but he's saying it should be the same. Send the logs, okay? So when you send the log file, also just send a little note. I just send a log file regarding a trade I tried to take in GME, and click on help and then check, send files to support. Okay. And Chris will take a look at your log file. I am in GME. Yes, I'm holding just a little bit in case it does something crazy. That's all. Waiting for that 36 break, 35 break, 36 break. Now 37. I hope it can break 38. But I'm not crazy. I'm not going crazy on it. I just want to have a piece just in case it does do something crazy. Certainly not recommending anybody do the same thing, but I say I'm not crazy. There's a real battle trying to hold 37 right now. Hey guys, I'm just following an internal discussion we're having at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so I haven't gone anywhere, but interesting. Some guy tried to post something and I'll just hide him. Somebody tried to post something in YouTube. Okay, induce you up. Guys, I mean, I'm just kidding, when I put these price alerts and I say, well, I'm going to induce it up, but unbelievable. If it were only this easy. All right, guys, 11:51. So I'm going to put the announcement here, and I may even take off right now. I'm just going to get set. I've got to do a few things before noon, so I may just take off right now. Andy will be in our YouTube room, and he's got a little competition though. But I will put the YouTube link in. But he does have a little bit of competition. Oh my gosh. 185,000 and counting, guys. Waiting for this. Okay, looking at the shorts availables, still like 22,000 at the General Motors, at Interactive Brokers. So I'm going to put my announcement up. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now, okay? I'll be back around 1 p.m. Guys, I'm on a break. I'm on a break. It says on a break. I'm back at 1 p.m. Just have a few things to do before I get set for this noon. Okay. Andy, I hear that you just popped in, right?
Correct?
Okay, I'm going to leave you right now because
Oh, I'm
I'll be listening to the Roaring Kitty stream. Of course.
Oh,
So
okay, there you go.
that's why you're going to have a little bit of competition. Okay,
Oh, okay, I
it's
gotcha.
starting like right now. Okay, Andy, we'll
Okay,
see you in about an hour.
all
Okay,
right, bye-bye.
okay, bye bye.
Hello, everybody. Well, we can watch the fun. If it's your first time in here, my name is Andy, and this is the support webinar. So if you have any questions, about software, be sure to ask, and we shall put it on uh, GME and see what kind of action we get. Hi, Martha. How are you? But of course, we don't have to focus on this. This could possibly be a non-event since you had a really big event come out this morning. So we'll see what happens. Right now, the first movement is down. Hey, hello, fellow Swede Trader 77. Yeah, once again, guys, obviously this is the support webinar. So if you do have any questions, be sure to hit me up if you're, you know, interested in a scan or you want to talk about maybe trying to build a scan or whatever have you. If not, we can talk stocks, we can talk market. It's kind of a wacky market. Just bear with me 1 second. I take my this account just in case I need to execute any trades. Sweden's National Day yesterday, Independence Day. Well, my daughter gets always tickled when I shared your information that you gave me last week about that dude, that Lindelof that fought in that war. So that yeah, she got all excited about that. So anyway, yeah, yeah, I'll be sure to tell her. Yeah, it's well, darn, we missed it. We'll celebrate it today. So my dad, all his family had a huge family in the Trader 77, and uh, I probably won't. I'll probably butcher the enunciation, but we used to get together like once a year, a big family, and all celebrate and eat lutefisk. Is that the name of the fish? Lutefisk or something like that? That's popular on the Norwegian coastline, or not Norwegian, but I guess it's popular all along the Scandinavian coastline. Anyway, GameStop is turning lower a little bit. Okay, good. Yeah, lutefisk. Okay, okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, it did have I remember had a I was a kid, man, I was like, "Whoa, this is kinda different." Well, Micron is holding up well today, guys. This is one to keep on the radar. The other day I've been in it. I bought it on this opening of this green bar right here, and closed at highs. And then, of course, yesterday was no fun. Bought a little more, and then I got scared today. Got out of half of that, but anyway, like the way this one's setting up. Uh, got out of a lot of stuff today, but down a little bit. Not too bad, all things considering. But I like to come back in. I've been in this PDD, and you can see the line and going all the way back to this date right here. So I've been in this PDD. Once you exit totally and you get back in a stock, it will not show you your original entries. So yeah, I've been in this one for a core position for a long time, and I do like the action. Tried to gap down today, so this is one I'm looking to add if it can ever get back above maybe the 20 period. I'm gonna bring this one down right there. Take out that 4-day high and get back above that 20 period. Ah, okay. Oh, sweet. Yeah, I have to look that up and check about it. Check that out. There's a Swedish community not far from where I grew up, a small town called Clifton, Texas. It's kind of the I guess the Swedish capital of Texas, but it's a small town. But they still celebrate a lot of the Swedish events over there. It's pretty cool. Anyway, we'll digress here. Let's take a look at GameStop since that's probably what everybody's looking at, and so far no effect to on the bullish side for this live stream. And I see it did get halted. You see, I have an alert down here around 30 where I could be interesting just because that's the 100. Okay, it opened back up. It would be kind of in no man's land though at that 30 level. There's nothing really technical other than that moving average. So I would probably watch it if it got down there because anyway, but that little 5-day moving average, it holds a lot of time. Yeah, yeah, Peter. It may get halted a few more times, but we'll see. I'm thinking if this ends up being kind of a nothing burger, it might just settle down and algos will kick it back and forth. But we'll see. It could be some fireworks, that's for sure. Okay, I got hit on SIGA. I just forgot. I didn't put SIGA. I forgot about it. It's one that stuck out there this morning. Got hit at 72. Gotta put an alert just in case it doesn't hold that level. Looks like it's trying to bottom out, and we'll see. I lost my signal. Let me reset my account. There he goes. Reset connection anyway. Okay, you do have a little bottoming tail there in GameStop. Now it'd be very bullish if this thing were to pop back up through this, basically 45-minute high. Set alert right there to see if it triggers. Otherwise, it's kind of in no man's land. It's just a guessing game. Mainly speaking to you day traders out there. Probably not something I want to swing unless I get it way on a pullback. Nah, yeah, it's probably something that's too much. Small size, maybe. What's AMC doing today? Nothing. It's halted and just released. It's its little brother AMC. All right. Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to set a price alert right there. I'm not going to sit here and stare at this thing when it's really not doing anything. We'll set a price alert down here to see if any of them triggers. And we can cruise over here to the relative strength races here to see if we can find some opportunity in a day. Like, boy, that would have been a nice one if you caught that early. Running into a lot of congestion though. Ooh, nice little pop out of our range there. Hate when you're going through these things and they flip around on you and you can't remember where you are. Oh, that's hurts, huh? Let's take a look at the big cap boys. Oh, I shouldn't say big cap. And there's our alert in GameStop to the downside. We'll drop it down here below that wick. Always good to delete your triggered alerts every now and then, clean things up. Uh-oh. Did I just X out of my B plus window? I think I did. And there's game. Looks like it may want that level. Raise it up since that it has risen since the last time I put that price alert in there. See if that 5 day, if it wants to come down at 5 day, which by the way, it would be right at the yesterday's low. But right now, just kind of it's a guessing game in my opinion. Excuse me. Hood's one of the strongest stocks out there. I was able to pick up some a little bit more in pre-market this morning when it tried to when it sold off after the numbers. But boy, what a resilient market. Hey, Perfect Circle, how are you, buddy? Happy Friday to you too. Yes, yeah, it may have broke the internet. I have no idea. Is anybody in there that can tell us how many people are in there? Wow, 450K, huh? Just under 500 now. He's a no-show. Well, gosh, you call a live stream and you don't show up for it? Yeah, I've traded it a couple of times, and yeah, it seems like every time I'm not jumping into like just scalp, and what happens is I'll get in the money a little bit and oh man, things look good. Next thing I know, driving it down and stopping me out is it's I think it's more if I were gonna, back in my day trading days, I would trade it a lot more, just scalp it. But it's when it gets like this, it gets too difficult. I guess I'm gonna put that Siga on my screen since that way I can keep a better eye on it. Hold on just one second. My daughter's messing with the pool, and I got to figure out what she's doing. All right, sorry about that. I'm still thinking this GameStop may want yesterday's lows and that 5 day that red line you see on my 15-minute chart. and it's close to yesterday's. I mean, sorry, to today's lows. Looks like it just tagged it. DQ. It must have been an alert I set a while back. There you have it on the 20. Oh, sick. Just in case it reverses off that. And what is exactly yesterday's low in this GameStop is 31.28. Halted again. Oh boy. Here comes the cat. You better cat coming in to save the day. And of course, you got this. Any whole number, especially with a zero, is a very psychological number, whether it be 10, 20, 30. So my opinion, you got yesterday's lows, you got this 5-day moving average, and you got a psychological number. So this is all kind of key level, in my opinion. If it breaks through 30, I think you really easily could be looking at these two moving averages. I'll go ahead and set alert right there just in case it does want to get really volatile down to that level. Those are, if I were back in my day trading days, those would be two areas that I would possibly, look to maybe enter. But momentum is definitely broken on the intraday. And not only that, I guess if you wanted to, let me grow this for you guys and zoom in. And what I would be doing also is putting on, I love trend lines. So I would put a trend line going just like this and seeing if, yeah, you could probably, looks like it's below that, but that's another area. Anytime you have a trend line, I'd be watching that. I mean, somebody might want to draw it from here. And both of those would be acceptable. All you really need is 2 points to create a trend. So we'll see what happens. Hoodah. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It's one of those uh, acquisition companies, SPACs. Yeah, you're probably best leaving those alone. I mean, it's done 2,000, 2,800 shares of trading today. Ugh. Meanwhile, spies look like they want to try to go to highs. Why didn't I get my? No, there's a signal. Oh, there's a halt and back up. Look at there. I guess it's the kitty influence. There you go, Peter. And back down. Yeah, this is a mess. And what I I like to do sometimes too is just kind of watch that and see what little brother's doing, which it's going to trade with it. But yesterday I had a really great trade because bought it at 525 because GameStop was really ripping and this thing had was just sitting here, it's to the upside, trying to or breaking this midday range. Good lord, that's nasty. I mean, it's trading like it has 29 million in the float instead of 294, and I'm a floater. Gosh, halted again. Probably gonna see a lot of that. You're right. Somebody mentioned that earlier. I was gonna say, man, they just halt AMC just because GameStop's halted. I'll put alert down there at 5 on that one. Stop out of this mirror. I thought Bitcoin that CleanSpark is very strong today, and I'm actually in a little bit of that. I made a mistake on here and actually sold it all, but I'm in a little bit of this one. But Mara just can't get anything going. Of course, Bitcoin's not really doing anything. It's just up a little bit, but that one's definitely strong. GameStop open back up yet? Okay. Yeah, Peter, anytime you look up and you see always look for the volume traded today and you see something like 2,000, yeah, that's it's a warning sign. All right, here comes the 5-day and all that area I mentioned earlier, the yesterday's low, the 5-day moving average. Imagine there'll be enough momentum to take it down to 30 if it can get there. A lot of wicks so far right around this area. Looks like this may be the biggest bar of the day, biggest possibly by the time it is we got 5 more minutes on this 15-minute candle, and that bar is increasing. All right, Siga. This is maybe one that it's definitely a failed breakout. I may just cut for a small loser here. I'll do that a lot on these stocks that are you're kind of bottom fishing it. Uh, if it doesn't work, doesn't do what I want it to do, get out quick because it's right in. It's a low of that candle right there, 66. I'm just going to stop out at 65. It's like Mara's about to. Gosh dang! If I keep doing that, alert still hasn't gone off in that. There it is. It's about to go off. And yes, you officially have the largest candle of the day now in that GameStop. And it's halted right at that, right before my alert. See if AMC's halted too. Nope. Got halted up on all. Got to tell them about that. This halted's not clearing. There it goes finally. Let's see Yamara. Okay, he's back open at GameStop is. And there's your 30. You're going right through it. There goes AMC being triggered at 5. Getting back to GME, which is halted again.
Well, I've got to pop in here.
Yeah, to brag about your GameStop short.
No, no, I wish I could. No, I wish I
Oh,
could. But you know what my feeling is, because everybody's saying, well, that's the type of guy he is. I don't think that most people knew that he comes across like a complete and utter idiot. I don't think that. Okay, so if they're seeing this guy for the very, very first time and thinking, oh man, this guy's got some special insight, etc. And I don't know if you saw, were you watching it?
no, no, no.
Oh,
I wasn't.
Andy, Andy, Andy. It was a complete nonsensical, moronic, infantile first
Whoa.
probably 15 to 20 minutes of his giggling and laughing and acting like a complete and utter buffoon. And if that's the first time you've ever seen this guy,
Wow.
I can see now why the stock is tanking and, not I mean, there you got to understand. I think anyway, there are a lot of people there that were really hoping. He's. I know he wasn't going to say you should buy GameStop and all that. He's not allowed to do that, but at least come off as somewhat as an intelligent human being.
Really?
And look, obviously he did something right because he's made millions in this. But my goodness, Andy, if you have a chance to see this, just watch the first 15 minutes, and it is a complete and utter clown show. I mean, I've never seen
Man.
anything like it and it was delayed for about I want to say it was delayed for 25 minutes before he finally showed up
Yeah, that's what I
and
heard. Yeah.
so a complete and utter clown show. I mean, I just can't believe what I watched.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah,
So wait, so where did this guy make his money anyway? I mean, did he get rich from GameStop?
yeah,
Or did he
yeah.
was he like a business owner at one time, sold his business, I don't
You got to watch the movie. I mean, their
know.
Netflix had a movie about it, okay, and I can't remember exactly. He was some kind of in the financial business, I believe,
Okay.
and industry, I believe, and I can't remember exactly. He started
Mhm.
off with $50,000 or something, and then somehow he got this little following in Reddit, and the rest is history. But I'm not kidding, Andy. I've never seen anything like this. If you were purposely trying to tank the stock in order to pick up cheap shares, he couldn't have done a better job.
Oh, wow.
Couldn't have done a better job. I mean, I'd like to go on. I'd like to be, interview me on one of those,
Sure. I mean,
CNBC, or you could interview me, and I'll tell you exactly how I felt about that. I mean, considering they had at one point, I don't know, I just got out of it, 650,000 people watching. And Pepe,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, I hope you agree. I mean, it's just an absolute. And I just kept babbling on and on and on. He talked maybe for 10 minutes about,
Yeah.
okay, let's talk seriously, and what I think about GameStop, and how I think maybe it could turn around and all this sort of stuff. If he, if he had come out like that at the very, very beginning, it would have been a little bit different. But he spent 20 minutes of just insanity. And I don't know who. Now
Oh,
maybe you can do
geez.
that when he's worth millions. Maybe he figures, I don't give a, whatever. He's worth millions, and he can go on and just be a clown. I just can't believe it.
Wow.
I can't believe it. I'm not holding any. The only thing
Man,
I'm
yeah,
holding back
obviously. No, I
is
believe you.
is
I
saying
can,
some
yeah, I
bad
can
words.
tell. I'm sure Twitter will probably put a lot of his short takes out there.
Oh my
But
gosh, no kidding. Well, and the thing is, I mean, I really mean this. I think there were so many people, and Pepe, there were 600,000 plus people were there. And I'm sure they all had a little bit of GameStop, and they were hoping he would say something,
hmm
halfway intelligent, not to tank the stock.
yeah,
And
yeah,
so
that's
now
right.
what?
Yeah.
Now what? What do these people do?
Uh,
Hold on for dear life, iron or diamond hands and all that nonsense.
yeah.
Anyway,
No, I agree.
so that's how I feel. And
Well, no, no, I'm sure you speak the truth. I mean, it's I'll have to catch some of it, but yeah,
oh, all you have
that's
to do
not
is
what you
catch
want
the
to do. Yeah,
first, yeah, yeah. All you have to do is catch the first 1 minute,
yeah.
and then multiply that by 20 minutes, and nothing really changed. Oh, jeez. Anyway, Andy, you can go now if you want.
You want to take back over? I mean, you
Oh,
still
I
got
might as
8
well.
minutes.
It's 12:53. Why not? I'm on a
Okay, well,
roll.
all right. Well, I appreciate it, and man, have a great weekend.
Yeah,
Um,
you too. You too,
and
Andy.
yeah, everybody, you guys do the same. Have a good one.
Okay, I
Bye
just
bye.
took over. Okay. Okay, guys, I've just taken over the stream of both, and I had some pretty well comments about what I just saw. Here's my deal. I mean, people might say, "Well, that's the way he is. That's the way he is." Well, that may be, and maybe he's been like that on Reddit forever. To me, he came off like a total clown goof. I'm sure there were 600,000 plus people there who had maybe not all of them, but I bet you 90% had never even had seen him before. And to have a clown show like that come on, I mean, come on. I mean, I've not really seen anything quite like that. Honestly, I he spent maybe 10 minutes, and that's how he should have started talking about. Well, here's where I think GameStop what could happen. With a turnaround, etc. But watching 20 minutes of a raging lunatic talk like he did. If I didn't know better, he was intentionally tanking the stock so he could pick it up more cheaply. I'm seriously, I just couldn't believe it. Anyway, so go ahead, guys, defend him. Go ahead and defend him. I mean, the stock may turn around anyway. I have no idea, but boy, oh boy, that was as miserable a performance as I've ever seen. And again, I said to somebody else, maybe when you're worth millions, you figure you can come on and do anything you want. And maybe that's all he thought, and didn't really care. But he's certainly not helping the little guy with that performance. Because everybody's saying, "Well, we finally have a champion for the little guy." He didn't help the little guy with that sort of a performance. So that's it, guys. That is my. Yeah, I turned him off 20 minutes ago. I couldn't handle it anymore. I kept thinking, okay, the first minute, okay, first 2 minutes, okay. And then he'll, drop the persona and then get somewhat serious. But no. So let me get back to my music and let's talk about something a little. I mean, listen, GameStop could go again, but wow, that is one big wow. Just give me a moment. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, I'm gone. No, I was lucky enough to get. I took a small loss on. I just had a little bit. I did not have a lot. I took a small loss. You know, when he first of all, he was delayed for I don't know 25 minutes. And so that was a bit of of a fiasco. But when he got on, and just before, well, actually, when the Roaring Kitty graphics started showing up, the stock started moving, and I said, okay. And then, but then the minute he started talking and blabbering, I mean, I just said, I'm out of here. Oh yeah, there. I think it's like it's watching a train crash. Oh, okay. You might say he owns no, but you're right. He's not a financial advisor. He owns nothing to anybody. But you have to understand, in my opinion, anyway, that the majority of those people that were showing up probably maybe had not even heard of, had seen him before, and maybe held some GameStop, and were hoping he would say something halfway intelligent. Anyway, enough of that, guys. That's my, and it may go up. It may still go up. I just feel badly for the people that were, so tied into him. I know he's not a financial advisor. I understand that, but that's kind of ingenuous to say because he's got so many people who follow and hang on his every word. So anyway, let's look at something else. Is there anything else? Is there anything else to look at, guys? Let's see. Oh, he might be a financial whiz for himself, Shady, but I don't think he did anybody who's following GameStop. He did nothing. He did, in my opinion, a big disservice. I mean, listen, it may come back. It may not matter at all. But anyway, we'll move on. What did I expect? What I expected was maybe the 10 minutes that he talked half. I've never seen him before. Okay. I thought when he talked about 10 minutes, okay, guys, let's get serious. We talked a little bit about what I think could happen with GameStop and all that instead of the inanity of the first 20 minutes. That's all. So, with that being said, he didn't have to pump the stock. I'm not talking about pumping the stock, Sean. He didn't have to say, come on and say, okay, everybody buy 100 shares at GameStop right now because it's going up. I'm not talking about that. But you got to admit, first impressions mean a lot. And the first impressions of a guy like that, for many who've never, probably a lot even hadn't heard of him, but they certainly hadn't seen him in action. First impressions meant a lot. He didn't have to pump the stock. He just had to say, this is what I think, it could turn around, could do this, could do that. They're doing some interesting things. That's not pumping the stock. Anyway, enough. I feel for the people who might have got taken in by it all and have lost some money on it. It could come back. Dak, you're missing the point here. Okay, there's no point for him doing that. Okay, I mean, this is my last thing I'm going to say. I don't care if he's a raving genius or a raving lunatic. I mean, I don't really care one way or the other, except to come on and do what he did for people who are probably not hoping that he would just say something rational and maybe help their, yeah, help their position. I understand, not to tank their position. Anyway, enough of it. I just can't believe what I saw. Everybody has their own opinion of it, and you've heard mine. Dak, did you see him? Oh, never mind, Dak. Okay, never mind. I don't know if you even saw him. We're not talking about his position and his financial genius of making millions, okay? That's not what we're talking about. Anyway, all right, let's go, guys. Okay, real LVS on the move. Yeah, great trend all day. Yeah, no kidding. Great trend all day. That's what I would have been looking for if I'd been paying a little more attention to the big caps. They're on the up or down. Okay, let's see. Mobileye, I think it's probably, yeah, Mobileye, maybe on a little bit of a pause here. Let's see if this is a red bar or a green bar ignored. So Novavax has certainly been all over the place today, guys. We had the big drop, the pop, the drop, the pop. NVAX has definitely been all over the place today. Well, you know what, Shady? I still don't want to get. Well, I will. I'm not hating on him. I think it's fantastic what he did. Personally, I think it's fantastic what he did to, carve out an amazing niche on Reddit, get a following, the whole bit. I just think he did a complete and utter disservice to anybody who might have been doing it for buying for the first time or hoping. I would say something halfway rational. I have no. I just think it was totally uncalled for what he did. I'm not hating on him for being successful, not at all. Anyway, okay, guys, let's see now. What else is happening other than GME? Oh, Dak, for gosh sakes, we're not talking about we respect him. He's got up 146 million bucks. Did you watch the video? Okay, that's all we're talking about. We're not talking about anything else, just watching the video. If you've been rambling on as like some kind of a financial genius, fine. Not but that's not what it was about. But anyway, I may have to stop myself right now, okay? Maybe just close it down. I don't want to, we all have our opinions, of course. Okay, yeah, Thomas, how can I find the corresponding ETF to a stock I am following? Yeah, I'm not, I mean, if it's major, like, here, I mean, you can, yeah, I mean, you can Google it, of course, but, in the sector status, these are the major ETFs, okay? So here you can find them, okay? You can see which ones they are, all right? But if it's a smaller one, you probably have to go to Google or something like that. I don't think we have anything like that. We do have. I will look at this other one, but I don't think it has the individual stocks. I don't think so. So let me, before I say it doesn't, let me just take a look at it. Yeah. So we've got this ETF tracker, but I mean, yeah, that's not going to do it. These are the ETFs themselves, but yeah, you'd have to probably outside of the major sectors that we do have, you're probably going to have to go and do a Google search of some sort. Okay. Well, all I can make sense of doing is that he tanked the stock. That's all I can make sense of it. Whether it's not it wasn't his, and it's not. I understand. Maybe I'm the wrong demographic, but he just basically tanked the stock. All right, guys, let's okay, guys, I'm going to take a look at anything I've got on my thumbnail chart, see if there's anything interesting. Just me a moment, guys. Okay, that you know what? You're right. We will no more talks about Roaring Kitty. I'm obviously have a lot of very strong feelings about it. Okay, so no more talks about it. I will delete posts from now on. Okay, just so that we can move on. So don't be like if you post about Roaring Kitty, I'm going to delete it. Don't take offense. I don't care who does it. Okay. Now, now to talk about GME specifically, no shares available right now to short at Interactive Brokers. All right, guys. Let's see. Now, what I saw yesterday, though, it might be a little late. Well, it's only 1:16. I thought it was a little later. I saw yesterday a lot of pretty good setups from the large cap losers or the large cap gainers later on in the day. So let me see if I can find anything. So Acro here, AKRO had to pull back. Let's see, where's the VWAP? The VWAP is at, come on, VWAP. There it is, 2297. So it is well above the VWAP. So that's not an issue. Let's see if this little area holds for AKRO. Maybe a break over 2350. Okay. Maybe that'll get it running a bit. The only problem I have is, let's take a look at what the high is, 2350. Actually, that is room, guys. So if you look at the high of the day as maybe something that it could aspire to, so 2350 break, and then 20, so that's about $1 away. Yeah, listen, I'm not adverse to trading GME. Don't get me wrong. Okay. I'm looking at the same thing, Shay. I mean, it got halted on the way up. Let's see where it comes out of the halt. Okay, guys, I'm not really seeing too much here that I mean, I know I had that acro. I think I have a price alert set. Actually, I don't have, yeah, there it is. So the acro can get over 2350-ish. Might have to take that. Okay, William. So William says he'll keep the room open till about 3:30 with a big caveat. Okay. So all right, let's see now if AKRO, the spread is not good. Spread is not good. 46.55. Exactly. No more, Dwayne. Okay. No more. Have to let it go. Now, well, I don't mean, how about today? But no, GME is fine. Okay. GME as a stock play, that's fine. Boy, this SMTC, which got hammered down because of an abrupt change of CEOs or of the CEO who fought with the board, I guess, and they turfed him yesterday. So, okay, guys, so GME came out of its halt. No, I didn't say fought. I just said he got turfed by the board. I didn't say. I don't think I said fought. the Or maybe I did say fought. No, no, no. I did not say the F word. I'm close a little while ago, but not. No, not now. Ooh, Zeta, guys. Zeta. What is Zeta doing here? Too bad. It's too close to all this, what I consider some resistance around that 17 level. Too bad. Looked pretty good on that little break. You know what is starting to come back? I have this one thumbnail. That's the only reason I see it. I have no idea how much volume there is. Okay. SYTA. Good volume actually. Curling up here. Haven't seen what China's been doing at all, William. So let's take a look at K Web. Oh man. A little bounce off the bottom, yeah. Sorry, I said no more talk about it, Shady. You included, okay? It's not nothing against you, okay? I have been asked to do that by several. So How's the Vigil doing? Wow, man, what a short that was, guys. If you, yeah, I mentioned this one. Good AI alert, but then what a short from, no, nobody's saying you could get it right at the top, but maybe a break of six, 587 down to 476. Nvidia. Okay, you guys are talking Nvidia. Market, I haven't even looked at the market for a while. So I sort of remember this. Market is still super strong. Wow. Boy, this has got some room. This diamond offshore drilling, DO. Look at the room it's got, guys. On the daily chart, it has a dollar. I'm saying it's going to get there, of course. Pre-mar and 1412 was the high. I don't know if there's any specific news on it or not, but I'm going to have to stick an alert up in this area. Maybe it'll be a late day runner, and that is DO. Oogie, guys, OOGI. This could be interesting. There's the high. Too close. Yeah, the next high is only about a little over 20 cents away, unfortunately. If it could take that out, and there's the 200-day moving average also. I don't know what happened yesterday to it. It was not an earnings play. I just like this break on the 15-minute chart. Mara's sinking. Okay, I mean, you see Bitcoin, it's off a little bit today, but yeah, you know what? You were right. Who mentioned that Corvette? You're right. I mean, it's not really following Bitcoin that much, is it? I mean, it used to be almost Riot and Mara used to almost. Now I understand the halving event and all that. So, but look at Mara. It's been stuck here. This is not a good look when you're if you're thinking that it's going to more or less follow Bitcoin. Because oh, wait a minute. Let me take a look at Mara on that daily chart. Yeah, okay, I was a little bit wrong then. Okay, I was looking at the wrong chart. But still, it seems to be hit a lot harder if Bitcoin even goes down a little bit than what Bitcoin is doing. See if there's any almost like there's news on this one. I mean that is a pretty big drop, 2140 to down to 1970. Big drop under 20, to me anyway, big psychological number. Almost like the news hit or something because it's not just. Well, before I say that, let me take a look at IBIT. I mean, IBIT is what was moving. Yeah, so maybe it is. Maybe Mara is following IBIT right now, a little more closely than I thought. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, I mean and Riot, I'm sure, is doing something similar. Yeah. So the miners, and how about CLSK? That's the only other one I really. Yeah. So they're all the miners are really. Though this one is only down 0.12%. What about? I'm sorry, Niama. You mentioned about odd. Odd was a 10-day daily breakout early in the day. Wow, a really good one too. At 950, $43. And there was your alert. Great breakout on this one. So I mean it's at the highs. Right now I have no feeling for it. I mean, I completely miss this. It's not an earnings play. I'm trying to see why this is up. I don't see any reason why it's up through the 200-day moving average. I don't see any reason. So this is an IPO? Yeah, it's an IPO priced at 2150. So another one that's not that exciting yet anyway. A lot of shares also, 45 million shares. 45 million shares. So a lot of shares. Okay, so SMTC, so this is trying to break out a little bit here now, guys. Just a little bit. It's above, yeah, these little highs here on the 15-minute, above those highs. Was that the reason, Kaza, for odd? I do see some price, $58 price target, Truist. See if there's anybody else. Okay, and I guess yeah, thank you. It is guidance. Okay. Lifting the Q2 profit forecast. They don't actually release until, well, they just released not that long ago. So now a month ago. So now they're upping their Q2 profit forecast. I don't see the buyback. I'm sure, I'm sure it's there somewhere. Ah, there it is, the share buyback. $150 million, up to $150 million. I always find it amusing, these companies, but we're going to buy up to 500 million, up to 1 billion, up to 100 million. And you find out later, well, I mean, it's an up to. So you really don't know. I mean, I know you can find out how much they are, but I think people look at that and just assume that's what it's going to be. Boy, Mara is just getting kicked here. So the next low looking left on the daily chart is 1930, 1945-ish. Yeah, you're right. I mean, Bitcoin is, it's off point. Bitcoin is like the CLSK in terms of being down percentage wise, and Bitcoin is moving down, but it is, again, 0.41%, 0.41%, whereas Mara and Riot are down a lot more percentage wise. I'm cheering you on, Shady. I really am. Okay. And there's probably a reason why, but takes out 30, it could get going. I'm looking at that level for GME. If it takes out 30, it could get going. 30.95 is, well, 30. Yeah, it takes out 30, 31, 30, 21, sorry. It could really get going again. There. Okay, guys. Okay, 30. Like if it holds 30, this could be maybe another dollar. Find a bottom, K-Web. Well, let's take a look at a weekly chart for K-Web. So, you've got looks like you've got some support around 27.73, but it is broken down through last week's low, I believe. Last week's low was 28.90. So, well, it's right at last week's low. Will that hold it? I saw this, Jill. Is this, yeah, they did a bunch of reverse splits, I think. Yeah, 5.22 million in the float. Earnings play, June the 7th. Yeah, so earnings play. breakout here. Watch this one on Monday to see if there's any sort of continuation. It's still the IPO was priced at 2150. Okay, 2150. So it's kind of right there, close. Pretty big IPO. A lot of money raised. Let's see what they do. Waystar. So what do they do? Cloud-based payment software for healthcare providers. Okay, and they're a U.S. stock at a Utah. All right, guys. Well, so much for Acro moving higher. All right, guys, it's 151. I am probably going to take off about 220 today, a little bit earlier even. Okay, well then normally take off around between 2:30 and 3 and quarter to 3, but I'll always stay later for questions, of course, but if there are no questions, I'll probably take off around 220. And William, you will keep the room open, you said, until 3:30 unless, and I completely understand the unless. Consumer credit at 3 p.m. Does that have any impact? I'm not sure. I'm usually gone by 3 p.m., so I won't see that impact. But is that a weekly one or is that a monthly one, Casa? Oh, okay. You're right. I did post it. I just wasn't sure. I'm just doing a copy and paste, of course. I wasn't sure if that was a something every week or is it once a month. Sounds like it should be something every week, but I don't know. Guys, keep an eye on Vero, Vero. This was a big one early on and just got thumped down. Maybe trying to come back a bit. Okay, it's a low float, 4 million in the float. Look at the volume, 64 million shares have traded, 4 million in the float. Traded the float, what, 16 times? So it's trying to come back a bit. Still up 96%. It is still up 90. It came from 42 cents yesterday, but did get up to $2 after hours. had some news, but this is the pre-market drop, 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 had a spike and then the big drop. So, who knows? Maybe next week maybe this will gain some traction. It has to get through the 200-day moving average again. Once a month, thank you, William. Around the 5th. Okay. Hello, Nestor, in our YouTube room. Well, it's all about chart reading, Nestor. So, those are my references. It's all about chart reading. Okay. And as far as exiting, I like to get in. I mean, it's all about what I think I see on a chart. Looking left, because most of the things, talking to Nestor in our YouTube room, remember, most of the things I look at are near the low of the day or the high of the day. I don't know what you mean by criteria. If you mean, what my minimum volume has to be and relative volume and a price range and all that, I mean, those are personal. I mean, it's not that I don't want to disclose them, but they're all enclosed in the scans that I've got. So that is, for me personally, I don't like to trade stocks under a dollar. Number one, I want to have a relative volume, typically a minimum of three. Typically, a minimum of three. A minimum volume of typically minimum 300,000. Just stuff like that. But that's just, that doesn't mean that's what you should have to do. And then, I'm always seeing the stocks near the high or the low of the day. And then looking left to see what sort of room a stock has to run before it hits the next high, if I'm going long, or the next low if I'm going short. It's really that simple. And as far as, oh, I see. Maybe I'm answering that incorrectly. Taking profits depends on what I'm in. If it's a stock that, like, one of these low float stocks, I get in, and it pops like an amazing percent in a short period of time, I will probably take some off. But it's not a set percent. I'm not taking like 33% or 50%, or it's a bit of a feel. Okay, how much I'm going to take off and how much I hold. There's no exact science for, I mean, that's a common question though. I mean, when do I start taking profit? When do I get out of it? Well, obviously I get out of a trade 100% of the time if my stop has been hit. But just, the idea though, that the first thing I'm always looking at though, of course, is making sure that if I take a trade, I have a reasonable chance of making a 1 for 2. So if I'm risking X, I want to be able to make 2X. I have a reasonable expectation of that. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to happen. So that's another criteria. I won't. So if I'm risking 10 cents and I see, if my stop was going to be 10 cents away on something because of what I see on a chart, and then I look left and I see that the next high is 5 cents away, I'm not going to take the trade. I'm not going to risk 10 cents to maybe make 5 cents. But if I saw the next high was, at least 20 cents away, and I can say, okay, I'll risk 10 cents. I'm just using these numbers because it makes the math easy. But the first thing I'm always looking at is where am I getting out of this if it doesn't work? That's probably the number one thing I'm looking at. If I take this trade, where am I getting out of it if it doesn't work? All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, let's see. There's the now. I think actually this had a big pullback, didn't it? Yeah, finally, IREN was watching this one earlier on in the day, maybe for a break of 11. Actually, wouldn't have been bad. I mean, broke about 40 cents up to that high of 11.50 before it pulled back. So it wouldn't have been too bad. Man, was this ugly. I mean, I'm surprised our AI, thought maybe to have a minimum float. Just give me a moment. I want to ask that question. $15. Only the 15, Tony, but also daily and weekly, of course. Yeah, so what you see is these are the charts that I don't have another chart somewhere else in one of my other monitors that I refer to. Just the 15 and the daily and the weekly. That's it for me. Okay, so that's a good question, Nestor. So yeah, so if I'm in a stock because I look left and I think, okay, I have a reasonable expectation of making a one for two. Okay. So risking 10 cents to make 20 cents. So let's say it starts to work. Okay. And now I'm up 15 cents on the trade. Again, I'm just trying to make the math super simple. I'm up 15 cents, I'm up 18 cents. And then all of a sudden it stops. And maybe even the market, I'm not typically in stocks that are affected that much by the market, but maybe the market takes a turn. And if it started to run down, I may take some off at a one for one. Okay. If I feel it's a bit of a feel, right? That I feel that it may, it may not get to that one for two. And so I might take some off at a one for one, depending on what I'm seeing, how it's trading. Every trade is different, you know, every, but you're right. I mean, I'm not going to go crazy. I'm not going to go crazy. Like it's got to hit my one for two and I will not get out of it. And I'll even wait to get stopped out. No, but I'm not, okay. Now Bitcoin is taking a bit of a hit now, isn't it? Bit of a hit. Now underneath, now 69,000. So hopefully that makes sense. But you have to practice, you have to practice trading yourself to get a feel for stuff like that. It's like my stop. My stop is also the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay. So let's just say, for instance, let's say I was in this trade, got in at 12.99, and I put my stop at 12. Okay. This is in Huda that you see. And all of a sudden, and it looks like it's working not too bad, and then it starts to drift down, and I see a lot of, and I just don't like what I see anymore. I will get out before my stop. My stop is the worst I want to do on the trade, worst. But I definitely reserve the right to get out earlier if I just don't like the way it's trading. And the market is putting in a red bar now. Time is it right now? 2:06. Well, you're making me look at NVDA. Oh, I know what's happening. I know exactly what's happening. Obviously, this red bar with the market. Well, so much for Vero having a late afternoon surge. I don't think it's going to happen. And of course, Nestor, I run the risk, of course, of getting out before my stop and having it turn around completely on me. But I'm prepared for that. I've just seen too many times. I'm just not going to take the full loss if I can take half a loss, and I can always get back in the trade. Later on if it sets up again. I'm not, and believe me, that is not a suggestion to do that. It's just the way I trade. Ooh, this could be an interesting one next week. Look at this DXC. Yeah, look at this. I'm going to put an alert here. 16.99 for DXC. This could happen next week. Trying to crawl back because then when you look left, 2025 is the next high. That's a lot of room. Had earnings on this, I guess, on the 16th. So the reaction was on the 17th, right here. So big drop off earnings, trying to come back a bit. Yeah, I bet you Mara is really mini tank now. Yeah. But I'm following it. I'm not waiting for a 15-minute candle to close, Tony. Okay. I mean, I'm following it. What you don't see is, I've got some thumbnail charts. Okay. So, if I'm in a trade, I put that trade on another chart that you cannot see. And I'm following it. I don't care whether it's 15 or 5 or 1 or 10-second chart. Somebody asked earlier. Um, but you have to understand when I started trading, I only had a 2-minute chart up. That was it. I didn't have a daily, I didn't have a weekly. I only had a 2-minute chart up, and that was it. That's a long time ago. And then I stopped doing that, and I think I went to a 5-minute chart for years. And then I stopped doing that, and I went to a 15. That's what I'm comfortable with. Okay, that's what I'm comfortable with. So when people ask, well, why do you do this? Or I'll rephrase it. Because I do this doesn't mean that's what you should do. You just have to get comfortable on a time frame. I mean, I think real has maybe a 2, a 5, a 15, a 30, a 60, 100. Seriously, I mean, I think real's got a lot of different time frames. And others, I'm sure others have many more time frames than I have. No, no, it's not stupid. I mean, I think what happens though is that you might get some people say you must do this. You must have a 5-minute chart and a 2-minute and a this and a that. You know what? It's whatever you get comfortable doing. After practicing for a while, whatever you get comfortable doing. It's like people asking me, why don't I trade stocks under a dollar? I'm not comfortable. I'm not comfortable. Doesn't mean it's a bad thing to do. Those who, do it and make money, great. I'm just not comfortable doing it. Exactly. Whatever works for you. Exactly. But, and the other thing is I did not know what was going to be comfortable for me until I, practiced trading for a long time. That's the problem when you first start out. You just don't know. You don't know what to look for. That's why you've got to practice, look at lots of charts, take a look at that trading 101, and then practice in a simulator before you commit money to the market. Well, I sort of got out of my comfort zone a little bit today, Pepe. Well, you got to get some basics down, Tony. Okay, some basics down. How to read a chart. What is the chart telling you before you do almost anything? I can give you the what I would consider, like people say, what's your favorite scan? I could give you my favorite scan, and that wouldn't make. But if you don't know what you're seeing when you look at a chart, it's irrelevant. Remember, the charts are always telling some kind of a story, and how you interpret that story is what it's all about. I felt like a true American. Yeah, ETHU is, but it's still on the pinks, right? So I guess what the market may be waiting for, of course, is oh, hmm, is this so? This what? This was launched a few days ago. So this is not on the pinks, but it's bats. Okay, it's bats. So I guess what the market is really waiting for, like the IBITs, that are on Nasdaq. Okay. So the market is really didn't do anything today when all is said and done, right now anyway. The Dow SPY's down a pittance, Dow's down a little, Nasdaq down a little. Really, the market really didn't do too much. Bitcoin, Remax in our YouTube room, all about Bitcoin. Look at IBIT. So there's your, Bitcoin, IBIT. So look at Mara, CLSK. Question is, why did CLSK go down? You just have to follow Bitcoin. Same with Mara and Riot. The miners, CLSK, Riot and Mara, the miners, but they are following Bitcoin. Okay. Now, why did Bitcoin go down? I don't know. Don't ask me that, but I don't know. But Bitcoin follows the market a lot now, so I guess it's that red bar. But Bitcoin looked like it was starting to move down ahead of that anyway. Okay, guys. So as I said, I think I'll wrap this up. For me, it's 2:20. Maybe I'll say to 2:30. I'll say to 2:30. Any questions? Please ask away. And that's the problem with playing the Maras and the Riots and the CLSKs and things that are very, very tied. to the Bitcoin price unless they have news on their own. So you have to always, if you're going to play those, you always have to have, something like IBIT. I guess you could just use IBIT have as a thumbnail chart if you're going to trade a Bitcoin stock, because it's more than likely going to follow what this is doing, unless it has specific news for it on its own. I think so. Yes, Captain Para. Where are you? Are you in Vancouver also? I should know that. Oh, Florida. I guess you're not in. No, you're not in Vancouver. Okay, because you say that every now and then. It's a nice day, and I thought, man, is he looking out the same window I'm looking out? Ah, cool. Very nice. Well, as you know, all of Canada is against you, Captain Para. You probably don't know why. Definitely hockey. Definitely hockey. Yes. Yes, it does. There are some rules you have to follow, pilot, but yes, it does. The connection is you got to run it as administrator. And in fact, I might have a video. I used to have a video. Um, so the answer is yes. Okay. I just, there is a video on it, and I'm just asking for it right now. Okay. I don't have it handy. I used to have it in here, but I guess I don't anymore. Can I use two monitors with two different information sources on the same computer? Hmm. So what do you mean by that exactly? I mean, are you talking outside of trade ideas? I mean, I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I mean, I have three monitors, okay? This is the monitor that you see. I have two other monitors. But now when you talk about different information sources, what do you mean on the same computer? Yeah, muted. Yes, muted. Thank you. Thank you. Not sure why I was muted. Okay, guys. So I'll stick around if there are some questions. It's about 2:30 right now, so I was going to head off. But if there are questions, I will stick around. Otherwise, I will take off now and wish everybody have a nice weekend. We'll see you guys Monday morning, 9 o'clock. I'll get on the mic, Eastern time, of course. Okay, I don't see any questions. So what I'm going to do right now, though, is for the YouTubers, I will put in the main room link, so you can head over and listen to, or not listen. No, no, nobody's talking, no screen sharing, but there's still people posting about trades and stuff, or potential, or talking stocks. How's that? So there's the link to get into the room, and William says he'll keep the room open until 3:30. Okay. Thanks again, William. Okay, guys, I think that's it for me. Okay, so have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday morning. And for the YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now.